Good evening. Welcome to the regular Board of Aldermen meeting. Salado Municipal Building, 301 North Stagecoach Road, Salado, Texas. Today is January 15th, 2026, and it is 6 p.m. I call the roll, please. I'm sorry.
Yep. Mayor Pro Tem, all members are present. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And just take a moment to pray to your own faith. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the Texas flag. All right, number one, public comments. The Board of Aldermen welcomes comments from citizens on issues and items of concern not on the agenda. Those wishing to speak must sign in before the meeting begins and observe a 5-minute time limit when addressing the board. Speakers will have one opportunity to speak during this time period. Speakers desiring to speak on the agenda item will be allowed to speak when the agenda item is called. Inquiries about matters not listed on the agenda will either be directed to staff or placed on a future agenda for Alderman consideration. And I got Mr. Simmons. Would you like to go now, or you want to wait until the agenda item? Okay.
Charles Simmons, 317 Salado Creek Place, Salado, Texas. What I want to bring up to you all tonight is a suggestion that the request by the sanctuary for additional residential lots on the south side is really a major amendment. So what I've given you is a 3-page document here, which I want to at least point out a couple of spots on from the original, and the amendment didn't change it, the original development agreement with the sanctuary. And what you'll note is at the bottom of the first page is where it talks about the 20% threshold for major and minor amendments. And it says, each general land use category, and that's critical, land use category, can be increased by up to 20% blah, blah, or major amendment. You look on the next page, which is at the top of the page, which is directly in that same paragraph in the master agreement. That's page 2. Flip to page 2, and you'll see that list of general use categories. Well, you go down there and you see single family, 364 units, which is what was in the original plan. Well, now what they want is the total in their amendment, which is kind of on page 3 with the picture, is a total of 129 residential units. So if I understand this thing correctly, that 129 units added out of the 364 is a 35.4% change. That's a major amendment that you need to approve. And I suggest to you that you use that to your advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions?
Not for public comment, sorry. Linda Reynolds?
Linda Reynolds, 1110 Mill Creek Drive, Salado resident. I wanted to thank the reporter who's not here tonight for his front page article again about the events that have been going on regarding the escrow monies, about $1 million. I want to thank Alderman Lassiter for suggesting more openness on the issue. I know you were on the impact fee committee, you were on the planning board and zoning board for several years, and you promoted village government looking into interest rates for our funds, so we make a little bit of interest on our monies. Yet, for some reason, a previous village manager, according to that article in the news, was allowed to keep a developer's escrow check of about $1 million in his desk for almost 3 months before depositing it, not in escrow, in something else. I want to thank our village manager. I want to thank former Mayor Bert Henry, for all of you, for how hard you've been working to right this ship. And I noticed in the budget on the agenda tonight that there is a 2301 development escrow account with $945,625.08 on our budget now. I noticed that there's an escrow account for 2303 for the Salado Center, which is what that almost $1 million was for $250.03. I don't know if that was interest or something else. I noticed that we have 2307 escrow account, or not a PID account, for Mustang Springs of $68,542. We have a sanctuary PID account, 2308, for $41,800 and some dollars. And we have a performance for North Sanctuary, 2309 account for $25,500 plus. I can now look at a budget and see where things are going. Since I'm on the Planning and Zoning Board, I began to wonder if I was supposed to ask our manager every meeting, did you get any development checks, and where are they? Where did the money go? But I feel fairly certain that between the work Bert Henry did and you all have done and our village manager, that the ship is righted. I know we don't have a lot of money, but I do feel like the ship can go on, and I'm hoping that many people will apply for the positions, but I'm more so hoping that those of you who have to run again this year, Mr. Pro Tem Mayor Zach and Pro Tem Michael McDonald, I hope you will both consider running, because I know it's been painful, but you've done a great job, and our new people are working hard too, and I just think the town should be supporting this government in every way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Aaron, you want to wait till 7A, right? Yeah, okay. Any more public comment? Oh, all right, we'll move on to number 2, consent agenda. A, approval of the minutes of January 6, 2026, Board of Aldermen meeting, and approval of the minutes on January 6, 6:30 Board of Aldermen meeting. Mr. De La Rosa.
Okay, before you have both the special meeting board minutes for January 6th, the 5 p.m. and the 6:30 p.m. Staff's recommending approval.
Alderman Sandor, do you have anything?
I have no comment.
Alderman Last?
No.
Any public comment? I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Alderman McDonald made a motion to approve consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Sandor. Is there any discussion? Question has been called. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. Is there any abstention? That passes 5-0. Number 3, discuss and consider possible action regarding any item removed from consent agenda. There was none. Number 4, we'll have Salado Museum and College Park annual report for FY 24-25. Ms. Lynette.
Hello. I think you all received copies of my reports. There should be one financial and one just written report. And also, all of y'all one of the programs from the Scottish Gathering this past year. They've run pretty close to the way the program is written for the last several years, but I think it's important. Also on the inside back cover, there are the logos from all the businesses that have supported us this past year. So they're a big reason that we were able to make as much money as we did on the gathering this past year. But I do want to say thank y'all for the program funding that y'all have given us the last 2 years, the $10,000 in 2 different installments. We, of course, we're a nonprofit, and money's always a little tight, but we've always managed to take care of everything. Some things have to wait a little bit every once in a while. I don't know, I really don't want to necessarily read this whole thing. Y'all do have it in front of you to read, but I do want to just say that, our commitment is to serve our community through our culture, our education, and our historical program. And I think we've done a pretty good job of that this past year. I have a list of there's about 70 items on here, things that we did at the museum. Some things were not necessarily ours, but there's a lot of things that go on, and a lot of people come into that museum. But like I said, we've done a lot of different exhibits. We have the temporary exhibit hall that is in the middle of the museum, and we have something changing almost monthly, sometimes every 2 months, but always something different, which always keeps people coming back. And that's what I think we need, is people coming back. And lots of people come in. We have people from all over the world that come into the museum all the time, not just every once in a while, but all the time. So I think we have a really good outreach to lots of places. We have some things, we need and want to do. We'd love to put an elevator in the museum. Not sure exactly what that's going to look like, but that is something we like to do because we do have a lot of space on the second floor that's not really utilized because we don't have ADA access to it. And we have some maintenance things we need to take care of too. So we have a bit larger balance in our checking account now than we've ever had, which is a really good thing to have. But we also have a lot of things we need to do too. So pushing forward, we're going to start trying to figure out what's the best use of that money, in addition to the programming that we try to do and the exhibits that we try to do. So that's just kind of where we are. We are going to try to implement a historic walking tour, maybe once a month, that people can come and go and just do a short walking tour of the College Hill and, of course, the museum, and just some different highlights throughout the village. We have a lot of artwork that we just have sitting in archives and in the storage that we'd like to use that second level for to display some of those things that we have. And want to maybe try to do more of a Founders Day celebration. We did something like that in August of last year around the Colonel's birthday. Of course, he's not the only person that, was in Salado in 1860, but, he was very influential. So that's where I'm at with that. And then there's also the breakout of the expenses, all the expenditures that we had. There's a lot on the page, but if you notice kind of in the middle of that page, this is the one with all the figures on it. It breaks down the Scottish gathering. The top part is just overall expenses throughout the year. And then if it's like a miscellaneous category, it's all broken down to the bottom left. But, as you can see, of course, we have myself, I'm 20 hours a week, and Michelle's 30 hours a week. So we have 2 employees. Neither are full-time, but that does pretty much take most of the largest part of our expenditures. And then, of course, the Scottish gathering, obviously a lot of expenditures there. But like I said, if you look in the center there, it shows where, the receipts come into. So, I just want to, since I did send this out, and also I just want to say, too, the bottom line on the Scottish gathering, you guys had asked me this the last time. We made right at $60,000 this year. In 24, that number was 47, and in 23, that number was 29. So I feel like we are, going in the right direction to bring more people to the village, and just hope that you're pleased with what we have done. So if you have any questions of me, I'll be happy to answer.
No, thank you, Lynette, for your report, and congratulations on your
your growth. It looks awesome, and those steps incrementally are huge. So yeah, if you guys are fortunate as I hope you are and continue to follow that pace, then who knows where that goes. So congratulations.
Thank you. And of course, the venue this past year just was tremendous.
Better, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, the weather helped a lot too. But I still feel like that even with not so great weather, it would still be okay. But the venue, thanks so much to In on the Creek and Barrow and the Rosankis for allowing us to use their properties. And the village, of course, with Pace Park. So. Okay.
Alderman Last.
They've all agreed that we can. I don't have the formal written agreement, but we didn't have a formal written agreement this year. It might be to our advantage to do that, but everybody is pretty much, because it brings them a lot of business too, so that in part. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to track, that's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm, it is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to figure out what the cash balance was going into 2026.
Okay.
Revenue, what total revenue was the total expenses, and how does that
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't really have that on here, do I? About where started the year right at 85, 90,000. Mm-hmm. As a cash balance, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can find some way to help the current support something that have you had any cost estimates done for elevator in the building?
I have not. I've kind of looked on, I certainly would. I've looked online, but that's kind of I don't know. I have no idea where to start. And that's not probably really the best thing to do. So.
When I took toured the facility several months ago,
Mm-hmm.
I got to walk through the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I did notice we had a lot of stuff in the store.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
a lot more than we could have in the museum on the second floor. And
Mm-hmm.
not really being used
Right.
very much at all. I think that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, if you willing to do a few things that are installed, and maybe even press that
Mm-hmm.
to the end and you may know and just be alive today.
Mm-hmm.
Prices.
Right, what they want, right.
But I would like to know that and see if you could utilize the museum better than, even better than we are.
I think so.
I think the last question I had was what is the based off of the last time you were here, we were talking about the chamber and their bonds at this point.
Yes, sir.
Y'all
Mm-hmm.
are they basically
Oh, absolutely. I don't see any. I actually did move my office down to Amanda's office because it's just, I was upstairs and was so removed from a lot of things going on, and being able to be there to help out whenever more things come in, because I missed out on a lot of people that came in that I should have been talking to. And Michelle's great to be there if she needs to ring up a customer. Not the best as far as being able to talk about the history and all the ins and outs of everything. So I'm glad that I'm down there.
my last question was, I feel a little bit asking the question, but what does the village, what do the Alderman village do to the Alderman?
Right. Mm-hmm.
For
Yes, that's correct, for the visitor center space, yes.
Anything beyond that?
Other than the two $10,000 payments for programming assistance, that's all that's ever been done. Just the 2 years, just 10,000, just the 10,000 over the past 2 years, yeah.
10,000
each year, yes, sir.
plus the rental,
Yeah.
site for the city.
Right, right. And that's, the 10,000 is, I think, done in February. It's billed in February, and then I guess you guys pay it in your whatever time frame you have. So,
Okay.
yes, sir.
And I may ask, Mr. Villalobos, that is in our budget, call for.
Yes, sir, it was appropriated. It was. So the invoice is required to be submitted around February 1st, and we process it fairly immediately as long as it's been appropriated.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, and my volunteers that have to carry things up and down the stairs would really appreciate it too, because that's a big part of it too, just us getting up and down the stairs, and so I appreciate that. What we can afford, sure.
No, great report. Obviously, there's a lot of great momentum coming into the year. This last year was fantastic, and hope we build on that. So let us know what you need to help.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your report, ma'am. And I'm happy for your success for your organization. Though I do have some questions real quick on this report in of itself for the numbers.
Okay.
So I wrote down my questions so we can read it out. What is the cost or the expenses breakdown that are reportable for in accordance with our agreement that you have with it? And let me finish the second part of that. I understand that the first 10,000 didn't really have what I would call a requirement to report on, simply because I believe in simple terms we said, will you please have the games on this side of the creek while the others on this side of the street? And I think that was kind of part of the conversation, and that was easy. But the second part was our agreement has an itemization request, and I'd like to know what numbers in here represent that $10,000.
From my understanding, whenever I did do, and I'm sorry, I did was remiss when I said that y'all hadn't helped us in any other way. When I did request a grant from the hot tax funds 3 years ago, I think it was a total of $1,500, maybe just $1,000 was all that I was given. And at that point, I was told that it needed to be spent on marketing, the entertainment aspect of the gathering would also be an approved, I guess you would say, expense. To me, those were the two major expenses that they required then. I was not really given any specifics for this $10,000 as far as this is what you want to spend it on. But I think if you look through everything and see the exhibits that we spent money on, which we work on a shoestring budget. I'll just say we do a lot of things by hand. We copy things off the copy machine and we paste it onto white foam board to make our displays, because that's the cheapest way we can do it. If we take it to Document Engine or any other printer to print it, it's going to cost us 5 times the amount. So we do our best to try to keep our expenses as low as possible. But with that being said, we still, probably push over what I feel like, you're asking me for the programming, because we're spending money on events. We're spending money on receptions. When we had, for instance, when just across the street, Ronnie Wells had a big reception for him. We had about 50 people there that night. We did the knife exhibit earlier in the year. We had probably 75 people come for that, had a reception for them, just a meet and greet for the knife people, those expenses for those things. So if you'd like for me to, I can document every dollar, and we can make you, if you'll tell me what it is you want me to spend it on, I'm sure we can spend that $10,000 could be appropriately put into a category if that's what you'd like.
Okay, on the pause. In accordance with the agreement, is it an itemization requirement in that agreement, sir?
It says to the effect that the expenditures are part of the programming. So they did provide a 2025 programming, it was
Sure.
approved. So in all those events, it could have more, but they're along that line. So generally, you could probably break it down in categories. Just these events cost about X amount for each amount. This is a much more breakdown of all their expenses. So I think it certainly goes beyond that programming alone. But the agreement does, and what I took out of the agreement was report on expenditures related to the services, and that's how it's in the agreement. So so it does. I mean, it's all inclusive in there. So that's all I can say. What I'm seeing is an aggregate report, and not individually how those 10,000 were spent.
Right, because with respect to the report that we've been provided, we're getting the overall financial outlook of the organization. The purpose of the report today in technical terms is what we did with the money provided through the HOT funds in and of themselves.
They didn't meet, the 10,000 meet the 2025 programming, right? Okay. So we already have a 2026 program. I've not approved it yet because until the report gets submitted,
right,
it's being done. And the 2026 fairly mirror as much of the 2025. A lot of the activities, a lot of the events, the Scottish gathering at Pace Park. So it's along that same lines, and they do marketing. So I mean, I can see where you can spend the money. It's just it wasn't broken down. So
it's not a secret. I see what they're doing.
Yeah.
But okay. Well, the only thing I would say, make a generalized suggestion or thought, is that I like your report as a whole. You've done great, but I would like to potentially consider in future, if we're going to utilize tax dollars, to break away, in other words, break off that chunk and say, this is what we spent hot tax fund on, and if you end up spending into another realm of that, in other words, in simple terms, what are you spending the money on, the money that we're getting? That's how we think. That's all. No harm, no foul.
Okay.
So I'm grateful for this report, and I got no further questions. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, by the way, Mr. Della Rosa.
No, I appreciate the great report, Lynette. Thank you. And how much more, how would you say that? Since we moved across the street this year, the visibility or the amount of people that showed up was a lot more?
Yeah, I'm going to say 40% more than likely.
I figured it would be. I was happy to go there.
Like I say, you know, it helped to have a beautiful weather.
Yeah.
It also helped that we spent a lot on marketing as well, that we put it out there a lot. We advertised in an international Celtic magazine, and, you know, I think the marketing people did a great job putting it out there, and I think that made a lot of difference as well.
No, it did. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's it? Yeah. And number 5, Village Administrator's Report, Mr. Della Rosa.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman. You're going to see, let's see, PowerPoint number 4, the slide number 4. You're going to see that for January 2026, we took in $77,411. That is $500 less than the previous year, and certainly a lot less, $2,500 less than back in January 2024. So, not necessarily bad. It's in line. I would say that it's comparable. But let me move on to some other information. At the last meeting, Alderman Lassiter asked for some information on some, if I could provide some graph charts and some bar charts. I did that. But let me cover this, and if you can zoom in, the very top is 2026, and you'll see that 77,000. If we go all the way to the right, Jacob, see in 2025, we closed out the year at $1,022,572, and we went over the $1 million mark in 2025 compared to all the previous years. Okay, so really great news. Next slide, Jacob. There's the graph chart that I provided, and I think that's only a few. What is it, about 6 years? 1, 2, 3, 5 years. And you'll see what the sales allocations were by month over a 5-year period. So not only is it here in the PowerPoint, but it's also in the packet, so the general public will be able to see this. All of this information comes to us from the Municipal Advisory Council that tracks the sales tax for us. You go to the next slide. This is the sales tax allocations over a 20-year period. again, starting in 2006, ending in 2025. I thought that was really some great information, and I know it's hard to see here, but it is in the board package when we load them up on the website. Let's see if I've got anything there. No, that's all I've got on sales tax allocation, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was looking at the stuff I was looking at the numbers, and 77 was kind of flat to last year and a little bit behind 2024, but overall, for that particular month over the 20 years you have, I mean, we're pretty good. I don't feel bad about that. It's fine. We got 11 months to go on. But I do want to commend you for putting the graph charts together. I think some visual for people to see that, and that's to take a look at where we were going way back to 2006. I didn't expect that, but that's great, and I appreciate the line chart on the back. Those are both very helpful and visual, and don't have to work quite as hard to understand it to go in. So thank you very much. That's all I had on.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. This is good. What I would like to know is, like, because I mean, there's concerns with all the commercial development on the other side of 35. But do we have any known impact of what that has done to the directly?
We don't get that information. That's
Yeah.
only between the business and the state comptroller's office. So
Yeah.
unless they share that information with us, the comptroller's office will not share with us.
But there's no doubt that's had a significant impact. So, you know, that's good tax revenue. So, good. Thank you.
Good report, Mr. De La Rosa. Just looking back, even as far back as I think 24, where it showed about 893,000 that year in and of itself, and that was I think the first year you joined us.
Yes, sir.
And then we saw almost over year, a little over 125,000 in bump in sales tax, which is obviously a help. It also helps tracking the better. So I appreciate what you do for us. This is great. For the question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rose.
Okay, moving on. Financials. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have your financial reports for ending December 31st, 2025. Let's see if I can see anything here that jumps out. I heard the comments about the escrow agreements. Any cash escrows obviously get recorded here. There's really not much. There is going to be something in the balance sheet when it comes under the. You're going to see on 1220, which is. I can find it. It's on page 1, balance sheet, where it says other current assets. You're going to see 1220, employee advances. That is not a loan. That's not a loan from the village to an employee. What that is one one of our police officers that left. He has been invoiced because he left contractually before his time was out, and he has obligations to pay back the money that we've incurred. He has 3 years to get it done. If he doesn't pay it all at one time, then there is a 5% interest charge on this. So this is the officer that left almost 2 months ago, and the most recent officer, you'll see that in the next month. So you'll see these, what I don't really like the way it's framed, but it is employee advances. Maybe former employee advances. These are obligations, liabilities from them to us. So we will work out, we will amend that agreement.
Yes.
The reason being is, it's a 3-year period, but it doesn't say when you start, and it doesn't require that you reach a payment plan with us. What we were going to propose is from time of separation, first payment due within 60 days, and you have an obligation to make monthly payments until within the 36-month period. That way, we're not waiting the entire period.
Right.
So, it just, we're learning from entering into those types of agreements. Any questions on anything particularly? If not, I'll touch upon what Alderman Lassiter asked me at the last meeting, which is the balances. Alderman Lassiter asked what our balances were. I know I've got access to the banks. I believe the Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman Dunn. But I took the ending balances and I tabulated all the accounts that we've got. So we have $3,475,141.90 in our bank accounts with Horizon Bank. That does not include the $200,000, and we've already started receiving interest from the general fund and correction, that is the hotel funds. It's not labeled on here. And the $900,000 that we also put with Texpol. So both of these are deposited with Texpol. We did those transfers as part of our investment act, or our public investment policy, and also so it just wouldn't be sitting in a low-yielding money market account at the bank. So again, that was at the suggestion of Alderman Lassiter. I'll take any questions, particularly to any line item you may want to inquire. No?
Alderman Lassiter?
Is there any way,
Put your mic on, Jim.
so that I don't have to ask every month about that, or don't want to ask every month about it, can we identify what's in text pool at the closing date of it versus what's in Horizon? I mean,
Yes.
because of these accounts, just to note, notated that it's Horizon, we have those noted, but don't ever see when it's moved over to text pool. But it would be nice if it was identified what's in text pool versus Horizon, so we can see that. But in the larger accounts, which are more stagnant and we can do it, the amount of money we have in it from Horizon, correct me if I'm wrong, is close. Not quite as much, but it's close in terms of interest rate to text pool. Is that correct?
Let me.
Reasonably close?
The text pool yields about 3.98%, and the money market is at 4.06%. But just the regular accounts, the way it's 1%.
And then if you could for me, would you identify those accounts that are only getting 1%?
Yeah, all of the Horizon accounts except for any money markets, and we have one money market in there. And when we deposited the capital projects fund, that was at 1.35 million, to which we've moved from a 2% yield, 2.02, to Texpol to a 3.98 yield. So out of that 1.35 or so, we moved 900,000. So.
Is there any more, have you inquired, is there any more that Horizon can do for us rather than 1% or no?
Contractually, we're locked in. Yes, sir.
How long is that one?
I believe we have 2027, if I recall correctly. So I'll look it up and send it out. Yes, sir.
Okay, so then, roughly, how much money is earning 1%? Just roughly. Just the swag.
Yeah, I just called it out. Roughly $3,475,000.
At 1%.
Yes, sir. Remember, this is a time that we're starting to get all of the property taxes coming in. So some of this can be moved out, and then we'll have to determine what our expenses are, so we know when to pull out. Yes.
Pull out.
Yes, sir.
Out of
Yes,
tax
sir.
pool.
Out of textbook, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, this is through December. This is all the accounts. This is also includes the, hot funds and the payroll and wastewater deposits. But, for example, the wastewater impact fee got 383,000. We could probably reduce that, move it over to textbook, those kind of things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I don't, just a second, I don't think I had anything else that I was reviewing. I didn't see, it's kind of hard to see, but there are no significant variances to our budget at this point through 3 months?
No, sir, it's a little early. We're going through a lot of expenses when it comes to, with 2 part-time employees, utilizing, we're doing more mowing in this fiscal year than we did the last year. We're maintaining equipment, so oil changes, and just a lot of maintenance equipment and small tools that we didn't have. So again, that's in the hundreds and few $1,000s, not in the tens of thousands. So you'll see a line item, you'll see those kind of expenses just creeping up.
Our maintenance staff is on a part-time basis, right? The 2 fellows that work, they're both part-time and not full-time.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So they don't get any benefits.
No medical and nothing major, and they don't benefit in the days off or sick time or anything like that.
And my last question would be, if you would, I've been questioned about our 2 part-time employees spending time on the entryways on I-35 and keeping them clean. I know that TxDOT's not going to do that, but could you just explain why we do that? Because it's outside of our city, but by the same token, it's our entry from I-35. Do you have any comments you want to make on that?
Yeah, no, it was from the time I started back in January 2024, we had the single employee, and she used to maintain those entries. We don't mow I'm just going to speculate, probably 50 feet on either side of those gateway signs.
Yeah.
I would say we spent some time early, about 6 months ago or so, trying to get all the lights working properly. They're exposed to, some wiring and stuff. So it's from early on, I was also trying to maintain those gateways signs, including the area, the circle right here at Main Street at Salado Plaza and Mill Creek Drive, that circular area. And then underneath the overpass, manage the weed growth within the rocks. So those are just aesthetically items because it's the gateway into our community that we try to maintain them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with that. Really, from a gateway standpoint, 35,000 plus cars coming by. I like to see that our entry coming into Salado. Round Rock does a good job of that. Georgetown does a good job. I'm not sure who does that for them, but I would assume it's that as well. But I do think it's important. It's the first image you get, and it's a marketing opportunity to say that with how nice that those signs are. They seem inviting to me, so I'm not discouraging that at all. I just wanted to clarify why we were doing that. Mostly because it's the gateway, and highway department did not do that in the years. Correct?
Yes, and same thing with Main Street. We try to do Main Street. We try to do the pedestrian areas. The one right away on Williams Road is next to the Sonic. There's an area between the sidewalk across from the McDonald's. The Copeland family own both sides of that roadway. So when the McDonald's ownership, now McDonald's is just a tenant. They're not the owner of the land. There's a sidewalk that runs from the frontage road to the first property, and that was overgrown. There's a very large tree, doesn't belong to Sonic, overgrown, so we try to keep that walkway open and the tree branches off that walkway area just to make it safer for pedestrians.
Okay, and it used to be, if I'm if I recall correctly, the Oliver Freighter group, took care of those for us in the past.
Up until about a year ago, yes, sir.
Well,
Yes.
missed that, but I understand, why we're doing that, and I appreciate it, and I think, like you say, the gateway coming in as is trying to let you, and, I like the way it looks. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I hope our citizens can understand why we do that. So, that was all I had. Thank you for that.
Alderman Dunn?
No, I appreciate having all the balance sheet information that was added, so that's much appreciated. I know it's early in the year to look at run rates, but no, I don't really have any questions. But Alderman Lassiter did bring up, didn't we discuss a design of lights under the bypass that we were going to add, and is that
There's been
budgeted or?
yes, sir, and that's a project that's still in the way, and tech staff has had so much turnover. Every time there's a new project person or lead,
Yeah.
they have to go back through a revisit of what, so it is still out there. They just can't seem to agree.
Yeah, I remember it was in restaurants from earlier on, but I was like, I thought we would see
Yes, sir.
that design in there. So, all right, good
Yeah,
deal.
you might recall that there was a design that we approved at.
Correct.
They did not.
Oh.
So, yeah,
Okay.
so it's just, we need the new leads as to what they're going, what are the boundaries? I mean, you know, the rule seems to be subjective more than objective.
Okay, another question. Thank you.
Alderman McDonald?
Yes, thank you for addressing the employee advances piece for 1220 on that lineup. Just a general question, because we spoke about the contract in the past in simple terms, but back to the 1220. If that's technically, I'm just keeping it simple, a law enforcement kind of a debt, is there any reason why we couldn't maybe in the future consider putting that under chief's budget in the grand scope, so that way he can track that too for recoverable and have that available for him in his house, just to see that way?
Yes, yeah, this is the
general
first time
terms?
I'm seeing, yeah. I didn't really, I saw it the first time when it
Yeah.
came out, and we just had the employee, so it's not in the best place, and should be a police department item. So, and that's kind of what we're trying to do is when we incur expenses,
Yeah.
it needs to be assigned to that department.
In simple terms.
And not, for example, many things may get hit into a category and it is not a true picture of where those expenses are. If it's in administration, if it's in police department, if it's in development services, or if it's in CDV, we need to know exactly where everything's at.
And last but not least regarding this, I personally like this program because it helps us grow our own police officers in a lot of ways. I'm a big fan of this. However, the only 2 cents I would have to maybe a recommendation from here is, I know you put it on a 36-month payment program in general terms. I would strongly recommend to look at that maybe for a 24-month program, since the last 2 officers that we've done this with have left us in less than 24 months in that grand scope. And so just, it kind of protects the village and our needs as well.
And we will revisit that, and then the Chief Bills and I have had that conversation. Our concern is that if our salaries for police officers aren't more comparable to other agencies or the feds, we're gonna have this turnover. So we're a little bit hesitant about hiring folks while they're still in the academy. In other words, we actually had a conversation, should we wait till they're out of the academy to bring them on board so we don't incur costs? They're in the academy on their own and not being sponsored by an agency. Again, we just had one officer leave and we need to fill that position and we're shorthanded.
May I quickly respond to that? Based on reports that Chief has given us in the past about outlying communities and what they're paying their officers as well, we are pretty close to being way behind the ball on that in a lot of ways.
So if they get a better deal, we're going to have more of this. So our agreement with our employees as they're coming on board needs to be tighter. And it can be shorter, and it can always be extended by the board because you actually approved that employment agreement or that reimbursement agreement.
Right. And not that this is not the time to talk about it. Maybe when we start talking budget again for the new year, we relook at how we pay our officers.
Yes, sir. But no, I did want to point that out because I thought somebody would call out that employee advancement.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Just really more of a comment, really just more of a comment on if I could hear the question too. With respect to, there are several dead trees I know on Main Street that are in the right of way. Do we have any budgetary, any budget money specific for tree pruning and or removal for that? I didn't see it.
No, so we tend to get it out of Public Works. We send it out of there, so we don't have generally funds from when we have a weather event and down trees or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to pull it from one of the line items, and because it is a Public Works or a pedestrian area or right of way, we charge it out of it. So one of my employees did mention to me that about a tree today on the pedestrian. I think you had a conversation with them. We're just going to cut it back, so he's already been authorized to get it done. If we can't handle it or we think it's too dangerous for our staff, then we do contract those services out. And the chief and I have a lot of conversations about after hours, trees are down, especially down Salado School Road, and that I think we've had 2 or 3 trees down in the 2 years I've been here, and we have to call somebody out to either start working on it, and many times neighbors come out with their own chainsaws and help us remove it.
Last comment. Could we possibly in the future here get some kind of meeting with Encore and go down to Main Street and some of our other areas and see what they might be able to take off on the high lines to minimize what the village has to spend itself to clean up that right of way?
I can always invite him to come and have a conversation with you. I'm sure he'd come out. Yes, sir.
I would like to do that sooner than later, but because things are a little slower in the winter than they are in the summer. But it's also hard to tell what some trees are dead or alive out there. But I do think the point was well made a meeting or two ago about some of those supposedly dangerous things. Break in the wind on the weekend, somebody's walking down there, and there's 2 or 3 of them I don't think trees. So I'm sure they would be. Nonetheless, I'd like to look at see what Encore did for us, and then we can size up the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Della. You got anything else?
No, sir.
All right, moving on to staff report. Chief, you're up next.
Mayor, members of the board, good evening. For the month of December 2025, our calls increased by 24. We were up from 673 to 697. 5 arrests were made, 110 traffic stops, resulting in 59 citations and 64 warnings. That's an enforcement rate of 53.63%. Traffic accidents were a little bit lower, down to 28 from 33. We did complete 26 incident reports. You'll see a list of some of the notable calls there. I'd like to direct your attention to the second one down, assist outside agency. 12/5/2025, officers were dispatched to assist the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department game wardens with a possible poaching near 3C Cowboy Church on Gooseneck Trail. Upon arrival to the area, officers identified the vehicle, got probable cause, and developed probable cause, and made a traffic stop. Inside the vehicle, they located 2 firearms, both of them with rounds in the chamber. Upon the game warden's arrival, the occupants were removed out of the vehicle. Pat-down searches were conducted. One occupant was found in possession of marijuana and also had a THC vape pipe in his pocket. That subject was transported to the Bell County Jail without incident. That actually was an arrest for the game wardens, even though our officer was the one that located the stuff, the contraband items. But it just goes to show you that, we get dispatched to all kinds of things, whether it's inside the village or not inside the village. Just one of those things. Response times were very consistent with last month. If you'll notice, last month it was 5 minutes. Response time for P1, priority 1, 911 calls for service was 5 minutes and 19 seconds. December it was 5 minutes and 16 seconds, just a little bit quicker. Our P4 calls for service were negligible.
House Bill 33 took effect January the 1st, 2026, and it added several requirements for police departments. Departments are required to provide officers with access to at least one ballistic shield. We do currently have a ballistic shield, so that's a good thing, but I am going to be researching some zero-match grants. There are some zero-match grants out there so we can get a second one. And it also requires police departments to have at least one formally trained and designated public information officer. I came over and spoke with Mr. De La Rosa about that, thinking maybe we could use someone from the village as our designated PIO. But the language specifically states that someone from the police department needs to be a PIO. So with that being said, I've looked at several sources, several classes that are approved through House Bill 33. One of them is through LEMIC, the Law Enforcement Management Institute of Texas in Huntsville, Sam Houston State University. It's $395 per person. So I'm going to be going through that course, and I'm also going to have Lieutenant Dunchie go through it as well, so that we have somebody, should I actually go on vacation. Probably won't happen, but should I actually go on vacation, we'll still have somebody that can do the PIO work. I'm happy to report that the radios from the 2026 Criminal Justice Assistant Grant have been ordered. I will let you know that when I was originally doing the grant last year about this time, the quote was about $187 cheaper than what it came in this time. So I came over and spoke with Mr. De La Rosa, and I hated the fact of missing out on a $12,649 grant for $147. So with that being said, he went ahead and authorized it, so the radios have been ordered. I could probably find that 187 somewhere in my budget, but I will let you know that we're planning on applying for the 2027 Criminal Justice Assistance Grant. That is a zero match grant as well. Basically, that's the same grant that we got the radios on last year. We'll be looking at trying to get 4 more handheld radios. That'll bring us up to a total of 6 handheld radios. We have technically 6 officers right now, and then I have 2 that I have for reserves and 1 current open position. And as you know, Officer Trabeau has tendered his resignation. I will let you know that we're a little strapped for bodies right now. However, we're making it work. There's 5 of us, 4 and a half if you consider Officer Castro is still in training, hasn't completed field training yet. I don't feel comfortable releasing him on his own yet. So with that being said, we're making it. Lieutenant Dunchie will be back in 2 more weeks from the Leadership Command College. I have reached out to John Umbleby, who's one of our reserve officers, not necessarily so that he can take a shift by himself, but at least that puts another officer in the car, especially on a Friday or a Saturday night. Normally we have 2 people on Fridays and Saturday nights, but it looks like we're going to be probably relying on reserves for at least the next couple of weeks. So with that being done, or with that being said, I'd like to entertain any questions. Alderman Sando.
Yeah, Chief, thanks for the report. Thank you for everything that you and your officers do for the Village of Salado. I know that that you're having to work a lot right now to keep up with resignations and people in training. I'm a tiny bit concerned, ignorantly, because I don't know how to be a police officer, for the record. But Officer Castro, he's new. I know he was right out of the police school. What is it called?
The Academy.
Academy, thank you. And how much longer do you think it will take until you can let him go out on his own? And if that's a loaded question, I don't intend for it to be.
No, currently, our field training program is 16 weeks.
Okay.
From the date they come out of the academy and enter field training. It's usually 16 weeks. Depending on how well the individual is progressing. I will tell you that Officer Castro is progressing well. He hasn't had very many setbacks. He is a little concerned about geography, but I told him geography is something that you're going to get the more you drive around town. The more you see the same tree, the more you see the same street, the more you see the same house, you start remembering quicker ways to get from point A to point B. But as far as I've run FTO programs before, and I'm not a fan of reducing the amount of time, just because I think that if you release somebody before they're ready, that's a liability not only on myself as the chief, but you guys as the village. I want to make sure that he's ready. I want to make sure that he's competent. I want to make sure that he's prepared, because I don't want to set him up for failure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, do you have other applicants that are interested in coming to Salado so that you can get your numbers to where they need to be?
We've had a couple of individuals. I will say that I was less than impressed with the background of a couple of them. To be 100% honest with you, I would rather work long days than bring on somebody that's going to be either number one, be a cancer, or number two, not be a good fit for the department or the village. I just think that's irresponsible of me to do. So with that being said, have we had candidates? We've had a couple, I believe two that we've had come and speak with us. Was not impressed with the background of either one of them.
Okay, so final thing is thank you for doing the work a year ago to get these radios coming, because it sounds like we really need them. And I would not presume that it would be an issue, but if $147 can't be found for some reason with that, I don't think
It's in the budget, yes, no,
No
we've got
problem.
it, yeah,
Okay.
especially since we're down officers.
Okay.
So part of it can be moved from Officer Trevo's salary that's not being spent now. I mean, it's in there. Like I said, it can be found.
Okay.
I just didn't want, when I talked to Mr. De La Rosa, I didn't want to lose a $12,000 grant
No.
over $187.
No,
But that's a non-issue.
yes, sir, it's not an issue.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Alderman Lasker.
One question. One question, Chief. The department's most dispatched calls for service, 91, was associated with reckless drivers. Is that a normal amount?
Reckless drivers, I can tell you because of IH-35, reckless drivers are probably our most dispatched call for service.
That's what it says on a regular basis. Is that counting the highway?
Yes, sir.
The interstate? Okay, so they're calling in from, I was trying to understand this all. Is it calling in from people on the highway?
Yes, sir.
Or someone passing them at 80 or 90?
Yes, sir. We'll get a call that'll sound something to the effect of Salado 101 could I get you en route to the highway for a reckless driver, unable to maintain a lane of traffic, traveling 80 miles an hour southbound from the 286.
So is that coming mainly from people traversing the highway, not from citizens of Salado?
Correct.
Okay, so this really regards far more the activity on the interstate than it does reckless driving in Salado.
Correct.
Okay, and we don't really have a problem
We
except for the interstate.
we've had some complaints.
Yeah, but not a, what do we call it?
Not 91,
significant
no.
problem of reckless driving on our internal roads, not the interstate.
Correct.
Salado.
Correct.
So we're okay on that.
Yes, sir.
Reasonably so. Okay, I'm clear on that. Have I missed that for 5 months, that you put that in there, or is that new?
I put that in there every time.
Sorry. Well, I thought it was fine.
But I promise you, if it ever changes from reckless driving, I will have something else different in that section.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you for the work, y'all do. And I do agree with Alderman McDonald, who said earlier, I think we need to do a good review on our police compensation for our budgetary year 26, 27. Appreciate your comments with that, Alderman McDonald.
I'll just third with Michael and what Jim was saying on that. I mean, because you appreciate, you guys are obviously running extremely thin and keeping things going. There's a limit, and in some ways with all this training, but are we losing folks mainly because of the compensation?
I can tell you the last 2 we lost, Officer Manning was because of compensation. The Gerald Police Department starting pay was roughly $6,000 more than what he was making here. Officer Chabot took a federal job. He had 17 years prior military. They offered him 90+ thousand and a $25,000 or a $10,000 sign-on bonus. I can't compete with that. I shook his hand and said, you're dumb if you don't take it. I hate to say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't compete with that.
But are we even at par with Salado ISD? Because I know for a while there we were losing police officers to our own high school.
Yeah, we're slightly above there.
Okay.
Above them.
All right. So we have already made one adjustment.
Yes, sir.
In the last year. All right. I just want to make sure we're not penny rich, pound foolish, because all the training and it all comes at a cost, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Chief, thank you for your report. I want to talk about, in general terms, just a question of curiosity. So in other words, if a member of in our immediate community area is picked up for illicit drugs and they have a weapon on them that's loaded, what happens to that weapon at the scene and how does that get processed?
Generally speaking, if it was one of our arrests, since this was not one of our
Generally
arrests.
speaking, if it was one of your arrests.
If it was one of our arrests, the weapon would be placed into our evidence room.
Yes.
It would be held there. Generally, about 7 to 8 months after the case has been disposed of, if the courts deem necessary, they award that back to the police department, or they let us know that we need to return it to the subject that was taken from. I can tell you that since I've been here, I haven't received any that we had to return weapons back to people. Normally they get surrendered to the police department.
Okay. That's a clarity question. I know in the past we've had, in simple terms, can you tell us again, remind us real quickly, what do you do with that weapon once it's not surrendered back to the quote unquote to the primary owner, or in other words, it's lost to law enforcement? What happens to that weapon at that point after court makes a decision?
Once it has been ultimately awarded to the department,
yes, that's the one.
It becomes part of our property,
Mm-hmm.
and we can auction it off. What we have done before is we contact GT distributors.
Yeah.
They come up and give us a fair price. I'm not going to say it's a fair price; it's a lowball price, but they give us a price for it. At which time they take possession of the firearm, and we get store credit to purchase our ammunition and things like that.
Understood. No further questions. Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Great report. Thanks for everything you guys do.
Yeah, man.
All right, next up, Deanna Whitson.
Hey, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman. This evening I will be presenting to you the December Convention and Visitor Bureau Report, and we'll start with the Salado website metrics. The first line here that you're going to see is the first column is the December numbers. The second column below you see is going to be from the past 90 days. We started a new website that launched August the 1st. And as you can see, we have increased to 245,000 people that did impressions. What that means is that they actually we popped up in their search on the website. And then when you go to unique visitors, that is for every click on there, if a person clicks on it for 10 different times, they only get counted one time. And so you can see our numbers from since then in the 90 days, it has increased 2.5%. within the 90-day period on our website. So the new website that we have is going really well, and people really have enjoyed utilizing it. And then you go to the next page. It says where we welcome groups. Obviously, this is just a snippet of the groups that come to Salado, but these groups are the ones that asked us personally for something that represented them. So the first group was Laura. She came from Dallas. She was actually here in the spring, and during that time, her visit, she learned about our fall events. So she came for December for our stroll and brought her friend from Chicago, and they stayed a weekend here. They got to enjoy the parade, the stroll, Table Rock, and the tour of homes. So they did everything in their days that they were here. And then on the 8th, the group from Georgetown, they came here and toured the museum. On the 12th, this was just a group of church ladies who were looking for an event. They came to our town, and happened to walk through the visitor center. They were just shopping and enjoying the beauty of the holidays and friendship as well. And then on December the 12th was Sarah, and she came with her mom. It was her mom's birthday, and they were looking at some things that interested them as far as shopping events go. And then Suzanne, on December the 19th, she thought that was still the weekend of stroll, but that was the only time her family could come, and they were looking at making memories. So they did glass blowing, they rented the golf cart, they spent the day in Salado. As far as the visitor bag goes, one of our hospitalities utilized our welcome bags for one of their groups, which is the Highway Haven. And then, of course, we gave the welcome bags to those touring the museum. And throughout the month, we just managed the trolley. It ran both Saturdays for the stroll. Then we also have Justin Bragel, and he is coming on January the 27th to speak to our hospitalities. He is with the Texas Hotel Lodging that will go over the Hot Text Code 351. And then I also visited with another hospitality group, and what we are doing here is talking about packages when are trying to connect our hotels, our hospitalities with our businesses so they can create packages and add packages to their reservations. And of course, December was kind of a whirlwind. We had the chamber that moved out, and it's just a whirlwind in general. It's a busy time, but we took that time to utilize cleaning the storeroom, organizing the front. I love projects, I love decorating, and so Lynette was kind enough to let me purchase a can of paint that I wanted to paint her shelf, and I created a coffee bar, and then she had a table that happened to be a local resident of here in Salado that loves Salado, and we used it as a table. I bought chairs for that, and now we have a coffee bar and a gathering table and a welcoming center for our guests that come. And obviously, I feel like a table really shares a lot of stories. So that was the purpose of that. And then obviously we have every monthly going event with social media, emails, and connections. And then the next follow-up with the social media analytics. There's Facebook. The first set that you see here is a comparison of November and December. I won't go, if you have any questions, we can. I know you've seen the numbers. So the second set here is January. This is a comparison from January of 2024, and then another through December of 2024, and then January 25 through December 2025. You can see that comparison. And then we did the same thing with Instagram for comparison November, December, and January in 2024 through December of 2025. Now, some of the things that in the comparisons here that I'd like to share with you is that when we did this, some fun facts with all of it is that our top 5 overviews on social media for 2024 through 2025 were history, our locals. We've done posts introducing our locals. One of them was our farmer, Sydney, and that they love hearing everything about locals. Our town. We had implemented some interviews regarding stories of community organizations and businesses, along with our events are very popular too. That could be a community event or tourism, and so that included the Porch and Planet, the Dino George, the Scottish Gathering, the Stroll, and live music. We are sharing all of this with our businesses and our hospitalities, and this year we're going to educate our businesses on the importance of their events and utilizing our website for them to see the importance of these events for visitors, and it's also a great tool to give to our hospitalities, and that communication and collaboration has been going really well so far. So top of mind for Salado was when people are looking at our town and what to advertise our town for is simplicity, connections, reminiscing, family events, family-oriented events, events in general, and all of this is what we have when we share our Salado story. So if you have any questions, just let me know.
No questions. Thank you for your report. Appreciate it.
Oh, no, last year.
Sure.
No question. Thank you for the summary report. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're doing a lot of work down there. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yep, you're welcome. Glad to do it. Thank you.
Right on.
All right. Thanks for the report. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, item 7A, discussion of possible action on approving resolutions number 2026-01, a resolution regarding an application submitted to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality by Salado Creek Land Partners LLC and South Central Water Company regarding permit number Whiskey Quebec 00166580001, in which the treated effluent will be discharged directly to Salado Creek in segment number 1243 of the Brazos River Basin. Mr. Delaware.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and Alderman, at the last meeting, you might recall that we had it was a workshop, Alderman Dennis proposed an idea of a resolution or even a proclamation. Since then, and based on that, option one is that resolution that was prepared and I shared with him. Did not get any comments back, but since then I've had another alderman that provided me this letter from KT Groundwater. So you're going to have a speaker on this matter, Dirk Aaron, former director with Clearwater. And based on this letter, prepared another resolution, option number 2. Actually, the alderman that requested was a letter. What I did is I did a letter, then I incorporated a resolution, so you have 3 options to look at in, and again, I provided the letter from KT Groundwater addressed to the general manager of the Clearwater. So I'm going to turn it over to you at this time. And
yes, I'm going to have Dirk here. You want to come up?
So, first of all, I want to give you my talking points handed to Alan, who asked me to be here this evening. He might share those with you if you so choose. My name is yes, sir. Dirk Aaron. I am the retired general manager of Clearwater. I have resided in Salado for the last almost 15 years. I believe I moved here well, it would be more than 15 years. I moved here in 2012 from Little River Academy. I live at 736 McKay Lane, just off of Main Street in Cary Chassis Division. I recently retired from Clearwater, and I have I do some consulting, not just locally, just at the request of the consulting firm, which is KT Groundwater, which is a consulting firm for Clearwater, but they do work across the state. You may have seen the letter that Clearwater chose to expedite and provide to the community why that spoke to how they're going to look at. It gave the science behind why they feel like the discharge permit that is being applied for into Salado Creek, right on the county line by a mud known as Reserve at Salado Creek, is in contradiction to the one that Clearwater interceded on multiple times. So my goal tonight is to give you a little historical perspective of how these things have played out over the last many years and why there is a different perspective from that of the NGO who presented their case to you. They are part of the non-governmental organizations such as Environmental Defense Fund, Center of Biodiversity, the Sierra Club. Those kinds of organizations intercede on things and are usually very science-based. And in this particular case, I want to just give you a perspective. One is based on the fact that Clearwater and the Bell County Adaptive Management Coalition, of which back in 2012 was formulated to address some of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's concerns about what was going on in the downtown section where the Salado salamanders had. Through that time, the coalition, and then predominantly Clearwater, invested over $1.5 million to study the outcrop, which is where the Edwards Aquifer in Bell County is to the west is the outcrop, meaning it's at the land surface, very vulnerable. The Edwards Aquifer on the east side of the interstate, where we all live, that benefit from Edwards wells through Salado water supply, and many private wells are on this side as well as on the other side of the interstate. The Edwards Aquifer, just to give you geographically, ends at the northern segment of the northern end, ends at the Bell County Expo Center. Geologically, that's the end of it, and it extends all the way to Uvalde. and you have heard a lot about those situations over the Edwards Aquifer. I want to also preface, just give you a little bit of insight on the comparison between the TLAP, which is a Texas Land Application Permit, which I'll give you a historical that we did have two, and those have been removed in Bell County. And then we do, and what that means to what we deem the Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, which is the application you see, which is for a direct discharge of effluent. And I also want to give you some information relative to what these treatment plants are when you're over a sensitive karst region, and when you're a county line south of Bell County all the way down to Uvalde. It's under the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program established by TCEQ. They did not apply that to the very northern segment, and so that's why we have had to intercede many times. And that is one factor. But the membrane bioreactor, which is known as an MBR, is a wastewater treatment facility, and I'm a believer, and there's somebody in the room that always says I'm a little bit too much of a science nerd, but I believe there's engineered solutions to these environmentals opposed to us maybe comparing apples to oranges and making it emotional. Discharge permits are not raw sewage. We have to, but that deems into people's concerns. When you're dealing with these two approaches, typically if we were in the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program, which ends right across the county line, this particular MUD chose to use that last little piece of property that falls into Bell County to essentially probably avoid those heavy regulatory framework for this treatment plant. Where Clearwater is interceded before is on every treatment plant, including the villages. The village, we interceded and put comments in if they were going to use the traditional, what we call the Manny would tell me it's the typical traditional treatment plant where there's a settling ponds. There's a whole different setting. With an MBR, the technology is really advanced, and so what happened with the Salado Center up here, we interceded in that. We met with TCQ, we met with their engineers. They removed their first application and resubmitted another one with an engineered solution to get to the 552.25 and be an MBR plant. And I'll read to you a few comments about an MBR. That is what Salado Center is. That took 2 years, actually almost 3 years, of interceding and providing comments from Clearwater against the Mustang Springs discharge permit. Was going to discharge with a conventional the plant wasn't going to be an MBR, but they were going to also discharge closer to some springs on Buttermilk Creek. They redesigned it, moved it further out. They put an MBR plant there, and they just received that permit, which is what you see in the document, the comparison of how the permit it doesn't meet the higher standards we all would like to see. I personally would like to see, but yet we show the comparison in there. So when TCEQ works with a developer, they will have to come to an MBR plant to get to those higher levels that are in Mustang Springs. The Hackberry plant that we interceded on, they withdrew their application. They were not going to discharge under 35 and go on to David Stanford's land and come all the way to the creek because we interceded. So they redid that plant. It is a plant similar to what the village has, but their discharge is down dip on thick blackland soils along Dars Creek, and so it doesn't go into a recharge area. So this is just another case in point where MBRs are, yes, they're very expensive. But let me just read you a couple of things about the differences in the two permits. The traditional permit that they've applied for specifically authorizes discharge of treated wastewater into surface waters or into what we call a losing stream, and I'll tell you what that is. It's regulated concentration and base nutrient limits at different levels, and you can intercede and get them to raise those levels of what we're recommending, or I personally am recommending in your letter. The TLAP permits issued by TCEQ prohibit surface water conveyance discharge, meaning into a river, a stream, a pond, a lake. But in this particular case, Salado Creek does not meet those constraints because it is not running conveyance of water, and I'll talk to you about that shortly. So what happens though in that, when they issue a TLAP, instead the regulated nutrient mass load applied to the land is not limited. So when the gentleman talked about phosphate levels, there's no testing of those phosphate levels on the TLAP. So you get nitrogen and phosphorus, which is what impairs waterways. Lampasas River is impaired, Leon River is impaired because we have agricultural entities there and large septic system conventional that allow, under large rainfall events, that flushing off of that land goes into those rivers and creeks. In Salado Creek's situation, that's a losing stream. So anytime you go to these segments and you will drive out to Patterson's Crossing, that's the name we give it. When I was a kid, a West Bell County boy, since the 1950s, it's been called that. It's actually where 2843 crosses Salado Creek. That's Patterson's Crossing. You're in the city limits. You go past there to go into hit to Hidden Springs and then to Mustang Springs. From that section south and west, that has faults and fractures in it. There's not running water. And so the phosphate levels in what we're recommending will be negligible, and there isn't standing water like you see when you get from the conveyance of Mustang Creek out here where it comes and connects up downstream. Then you start seeing water collect, and then you see water collect from Robertson Ranch and a few springs right in that area, and then you start seeing all this water moving here. But if you go upstream, you think, well, if all this water's here, there's going to be water in the outcrop, when in fact it's not. That's why it's called a losing stream. From Salado, where we're standing right here, this is where it begins to gain. The water exits the aquifer's full, and the aquifer's tilted, the springs are down here, and it lets water flow through it. And it's a large system. And yes, we are concerned about any discharge permit that is like the one that is being applied. But the 552 and then 0.25 on the phosphate level is sufficient in our opinion, and it gets it to the MBR plant. These are the future, and from that standpoint. So nutrient permit, the traditional one, typically do limit concentrations. You can get them all the way down to 0.025 or 0.02. But when you have an MBR plant, that's their levels. But when you start testing it, it's almost undetectable if a plant's being managed the way we expect them to be. The other is the TLAP permits do not impose fixed concentrations of nitrates and phosphorus, but those limits, but instead regulates annual nutrient buildup on the soil and crop. I've been very experienced in TLAP permits. One was in the Little River Academy, their wastewater plant for Little River Academy under WCID number 2, a small public entity, had a discharge under a center pivot on the edge of town. Deep blackland soils, and they ended up having to change it because they didn't have any other land, and their city grew, and so they needed more land. And when they started testing the land, they only tested the land one time a year. And in that particular case, they started seeing those nutrient levels rise to a level that became a problem. And so then they switched to a new advanced plant and then got a discharge permit into the Leon River right there. The other one is, those of you that live in Salado and have history here, Tim, you know that Stagecoach Inn has a sewer plant right down here on the south side, on the southwest corner of the creek on Main Street. They had a settling pond right there. They had a pump, and they had 5 miles of black clay pipe all the way out to land on Kirkendall Ranch Road. There's 2 center pivots, and that went into a big settling pond there. And I will tell you, we did see a lot of algae growth And when algae grows in a stock pond, and if you have fish in it, you will have fish killed. Every year, the county agent, and that's what I did for 33 years, before 15 years as the general managers of Clearwater. Those algae blooms do exist when you have high nutrient loads. That is a great way because that's high nutrient for agricultural enterprise, providing nitrogen, phosphorus for production, and those were hay fields. That was decommissioned because when you start looking at not having regulatory framework like the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program, if you look at that under TCEQ, Williamson County South petitioned to be under those special rules. So if you're a developer, you have to use VMP, best management practice, specifically on karst rock, and you have to put your pipelines in. You have to have a plant that meets those specifics. You have to have roads and recharge protections around recharge features. And how do they know what those recharge features are? They're required to do a geologic assessment. It is very expensive on an acre by acre because they walk 2-foot walk lines on the whole property and identify caves and crevices and where those are at. We have always wanted TCEQ to extend those requirements in Bell County, but they have not because citizens have to petition that, or an NGO petition for the expansion of those strict rules. So Clearwater spends anywhere from $15,000 to $30,000 every time one of these come in to intercede multiple times, staff, attorneys, meeting with the applicants, which they're in the process of doing, getting them to the MVR plan. And so the last thing, and I just want to summarize this, and it's in some talking points that I gave you guys. TLAP is not an answer because we live in a perpetual drought. We all know that, with a few intermittent flows. And Salado Creek, I have pictures of every time we have a high incident flow on Salado Creek. So if we had TLAP out there and all that water flows like it did in 2010, more than 10 inches in a period of 3 or 4 hours, flooded Mill Creek, all of it. That's when you get those nutrient flows off those TLAP. And so we don't want that to occur. So a TLAP, in our opinion, yes, is good when you put on land and then you have a moving creek, you have water flow. But Salado Creek that segment is losing, and it doesn't gain until you get right over here at Robertson Springs and a little bit further, and you start seeing water increase flows under good conditions. And then you start seeing the springs go down, water goes off the dam a little bit as spring flow goes. We've had a high flow gauge, we've had a low flow gauge, and a great relationship with Will Lowry for how many years? Since 2011? 2011, we put that gauge in, invested in that, and they spend quite a bit of money. It's actually an early warning gauge as well. So we know, so then you say, well, how do we know what the water quality is here? Well, Clearwater actually, under high flow conditions, big rainfall events, and when things get really dry and on an ongoing basis, goes to the cave well, which is at Stagecoach, goes to each spring orifice and measures nitrates and nitrites, measures dissolved oxygen, some of the things that concern the NGO. And those are valid things, and we have not seen those problems as we have seen 2 things occur in the village. The imploding of all the septics, all the nitrates problems, and the phosphate levels and the dissolved oxygen almost disappeared overnight. Even though we didn't get more flow, we didn't get the algae growth and get all of that from Salado all the way to Summers Mill, which is a high flow when you get to Summers Mill. It continues to gain all the way there. So TLAP doesn't really fit us. And I would say, though, encourage these higher levels in your comments. And developers are not bad guys. They are willing to do what it takes under the rules afforded them. And in this case, they're allowed to do that. But the only way is to intercede and provide reasonable, scientific-based engineered solutions. And that's what I would say. The other side of it is, I would really encourage the group that has approached multiple entities to please put that energy toward TCEQ to extend the Edwards Aquifer Protection programs here. Why do I know that worked? Because the village at the time worked with myself and some other aldermen, we insisted as citizens that we use those BMPs that aren't imposed, but those karst aquifer BMPs on how you put your pipelines in, how you settle all that in, was in that plant. Now that plant is not an MBR. But what I would say to you, an MBR can be compared to the other plants that we talk about, can be anywhere from 70 to 100% more expensive. Think about that. So $10 million system you have at that time for the size, an MBR can be really, really high. But yet on karst, we say it's not, it is ideal, but it's more importantly, it's necessary. So who's going to pay for those when you have a mud? The developer is going to incorporate those costs into his bonds, and then the future homeowners that purchase homes there, those high-end homes, are going to encumber that. The second thing is you'll always hear the developers say, if we go to the MBR, we're going to eventually convert that to a purple pipe, which they have the ability to do a simple amendment with TCEQ once they get full build out, and they can run purple pipe to every home, set a meter there. Remember, they can have an investment-owned utility out there, and so they can have a meter for potable water wherever that comes. Under these permits, you can't really comment on that because that's not, they'll throw your comments out if you don't stick to the relevance of that permit. But once they do have water and it goes in the home, then they're also charging for that water. They have a sewage rate, correct? Then they can also put a meter and charge. And then through their mud, they can insist that people use the purple pipe to irrigate their lawn. I've gone to several of these MBR plants, and when they're up and running, there's several that I've worked with different organizations. There is a tap on the side, and I have seen the engineers show it is very polished water. It's almost undetectable, especially these solids because it goes through those membranes. The other downside of this is it's 70% more expensive for the utility to manage it on an ongoing basis. And you know what managing a sewage plant costs. But these are necessary when you get onto an aquifer system and you get an area like that. It's imperative that they go to those. And we worked with Mustang Springs. It wasn't always easy, but being reasonable in difficult conversations and have the science and engineered solutions and back it up with data is what the answer to that is. And so I would ask you to go the route that Clearwater is being recommended in my letter, and they are drafting their comments, but include in there that in this particular case an MBR would be appropriate as far as the treatment plant. And I'll be honest, the developers typically, when they realize what they need to do, they'll do it. And so if the plant and their application isn't amendable to satisfy all this, usually once all these comments come in, they'll withdraw it from TCQ, then they'll re-engineer it and they'll send it back again. This group is this is their third attempt from what I understand. But more importantly is Mustang Springs was about 3 attempts. It just takes time to get them to that point. Just the engineering of it's going to be more expensive. But yet, the fragile nature of the aquifer is important to us. And in my opinion, when you put polished water at that clean a level into the creek, when those are full built out, right now they're not, it's going to be years, but it will be what we call on the verge of being managed aquifer recharge. Meaning it is a positive end to the aquifer. Why is that important to us? When you go across the county line, the north half of Williamson County is sand gravel mines. They've excavated and removed the Edwards aquifer. So there's really no connection anymore to speak of from the Bell County line all the way to Florence, where I grew up and went to school. There is no connection because they've excavated the aquifer off, and so there's no recharge out there. So the water moves south and east along, from the west to the east along the county line, in the aquifer, through those many springs that are out there and those cracks and crevices. And then it curves at I-35 and moves toward the springs in the aquifer. We have the ability to do that, and Whitney has automated systems to show that through her monitor wells that she has across it. With that, I'll answer any question. I hope you understand. I'm not judgmental of the gentlemen who've come, but I really want to have. They're the first group in all my experience as board member of Texas Water Conservation Association, being involved with groundwater districts statewide, being a voice of reason at the legislative body. I have met with all the others, but I've never met these people. Yes, as object, you're a Bell County person, you know, but I also know we spent 35 years in New York City working in an environmental group. So maybe he doesn't have the understanding, the science behind what we've all in this community is invested to get a better understanding of the Edwards, especially to the west. I really want him to put energy toward pursuing a petition to TCEQ to extend those rules to the northern segment. And with that, I'll answer questions.
Alderman Sandor.
Yeah, thank you for that, and I appreciate you clarifying that all developers are not bad people. Thank you for that, because they're not. And it sounds to me like long of the short is that we shouldn't be, and I'm not accusing anyone of doing so, but we should not be aiming to have TCEQ decline applications, but rather we should be challenging TCEQ standards generally and at a very deep level even, which I certainly could not recite, but you can. And so that's why I appreciate your letter, and I hope that this board will consider your letter and the conversation and try to put some pressure on TCEQ to change their standards because they're not appropriate for this immediate geographic area.
And what that's going to take is them with a campaign of leaders and stakeholders, opinion leaders, to encourage TCEQ to extend their own Edwards Aquifer Protection Program. And they have a wonderful site. You go to the Edwards Aquifer Protection Program, you can see the history there, you can see what a geologic assessment is, but more importantly, you see all the applications that they have on a county by county that they've been working on for development, roads, bridges. All of that is yes, pretty onerous, but the most important attribute of Salado is the Edwards Aquifer. And I cherish that. So I'm not one to be happenstance in making these recommendations. So, and again, I've never met a developer when you offer comments, but you're reasonable, that they say, can we just meet and talk through this? And many times they have, especially where we're not overly emotional and we don't misinterpret that they're talking about pumping sewage into the creek. Now, when a plant fails, a plant fails. That's from the house to the plant, and those are high risks. That's why we pushed hard for the system from each property when the grinder pumps were chosen. Getting from those grinder pumps to y'all's plant is vital and those were done in a really expedient manner and a high level to prevent sewage happening. But those things do happen. Nothing's perfect.
Thank you.
Alderman Laster.
I think I could listen to you for several days. Your knowledge is just incredible. And Alan, I appreciate you asking him to come over here and talk to us and clarify a few things. I came from a development background for 25 years of a large company and thereafter as well. And so I agree with that. I mean, there's good and bad wherever you go, but most of the ones that have a lot at stake want to meet the criteria of what is required of them. But in this case, I think we all agree, certainly here, I think, and certainly with me, that more protection is needed. And I'm really glad to hear you explain the Edwards protection plan. And so I see citizens taking on developers with TCEQ, and then there's also a lobby out there, lobbyist group, working with state representatives and the rest to try and squash TCEQ's regulatory authority. And yet we really need their help to push down on TCEQ. Do you find that possible and would be effective in terms of effort moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, because I've been kind of a talking head about this for more than 10 years. And so it solidifies why TCEQ is responsive when engineered solutions are offered with sound data behind it, that they will ramp up the permit. They will say, well, you got to get up here. But they also say, too bad, so sad, you should have allowed it to occur, talking about the previous leadership in the county, and I think it was through the Commissioner's Court at that time. We're talking about 1991, I believe, something like that. So that's a while back. But woulda, coulda, shoulda, I think, is why Clearwater is so committed to investing in science, continuing their monitor program, continuing the baseline water testing, and as somebody tells me, I'm a little bit too nerdy about science sometimes, but at the beginning end of the day, the numbers will speak for it. I do think their heart is in the right place the minute it came. There's no doubt in my mind that they believe but I think if they had actually sat down with the core group of scientific community in this county, they would have came to the same conclusion and would have said, oh, because I do understand Mr. Zubczyk has gone and met with my replacement and has acquiesced that maybe there is some validity in that. Once he saw, because even when they got started on this, Mustang Springs permit had not yet been issued until December 4th. And so I was able to get a copy of that before it's even published on the state's website, but it is signed, and it does actually. The thing that I love about the permit is the daily testing for E. coli and bacteria. And they're not going to put chlorine in it. They're going to actually use UV chlorination, which is part of the expensive aspect here that really gets it done. Now, if you have a swimming pool and you have a UV device, it's not cheap, and they have to be replaced. The membranes have to be replaced in the plant. But frequency of testing, minimizing the risk that after the fact, oh gosh, something happened. And so those extra things that I put in the memo to Clearwater, based on looking at what TCEQ had imposed on Mustang Springs, was above what we all expected that they would do. So TCEQ is doing the best they can. They also aren't the bad guys. They're just big outfit, 7,000 plants, and then think of all the water supply corporations statewide that they permit public water supplies. They're inundated with a big problem. But you honor me by asking me to speak. I try now in my retirement not to be chatterbox, but I can get a little bit not emotional, but excited about helping people understand what's out there. But each person has to make their own informed decision.
Have you done? Oh.
Did I understand you to say that the Mustang Springs permit was approved, but their standard for discharge was above the standard criteria?
The frequency of testing, where you didn't, which is daily, which costs money. That's people. That's
right.
There's labs that go all around. There's a couple of them I know, one in West called Biochem that travels to every wastewater treatment plant on a weekly basis. They'll have to get their samples tested on a daily basis. And so that was where I thought, but when I start looking at the comparisons of of the conventional sludge system compared to the MBR, it's amazing how much the cost is elevated. So you can see if we're a community like us, we wouldn't be able to do that. Not under the cost today. But bonding in the mud, they have the capacity to do that. And PCQ is simply saying in this area, it's not the largest area in the state, but when you start thinking now, we got Solana Ranch coming, we have some other potential developments in there. They're all pursuing MBR right now.
That's great. And as a citizen of Salado, I assume we're going to get the usage of your expertise and input at a nominal cost.
Yeah, I'm here for I'm a lifer. You know, it's my forever home. So
I hope you will help us. And I'm thank you again, Alan.
Gentlemen, thank you for listening to me. I know it takes a lot of time to speak on you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Derek, thank you for one. Congratulations on retirement. It doesn't sound like you feel much like you're retired, but I very much appreciate you coming in and providing us this. Couple questions though. We put a resolution together based off EPA standards and going just a higher standard, and it sounds like each one of these, we wrote it in a way that it not only hits this particular permit, but every other permit after. And I didn't know if you had a chance to read what we put together, or do we do a hybrid between the two?
I know you are looking at encouraging the TLAP based on the presentation you had.
Yep.
And then I think you were provided a copy of the letter. Whitney Ford released that, the comments that the technical memo I put together. So I would say this sets a precedent. Mustang Springs did, and that's not been easy for any of us. They still don't have water, right? But they do have a wastewater treatment plant. It was contested by a neighbor, and Clearwater can, in their comments, they can establish standing. Now, me living on Main Street and a permit out here on the county line, I wouldn't be able to get standing. But when you establish standing, that means you get to provide technical expertise at a SOA hearing, or a facsimile of a SOA hearing that they hold. Administrative judge reviews everything. All the developers, when they see that an entity like that has established standing, they're going to withdraw the permit, because then it's cheaper and easier to just re-engineer it, redesign it, and resubmit it.
So what should we be telling our constituents to do? I know there's just the comments. I've heard that there is only, and it's not the easiest website to navigate to put your comments, but it sounds like we need constituents to be educated enough to go out there and take action. Because if they don't see the numbers, they're not going to think it's serious. So, and I know we have a public forum, but the word has got to get out there, because this is the jewel of our town, our village. And I appreciate everything you've done over the years to protect it. But what my concerns are is it's great that they're going to be, even Dust Mustang Spring is measuring it daily. But tell that to the folks on the San Gabriel for what happened from Liberty Hill coming down. Okay, they're measuring it. They changed the standard, but they're not adhering to it because the infrastructure can't accommodate it.
Right.
So that's great that the standards to me, TCQ knows, and the fact that this education is already known, and I'm so glad you're coming forward. To go ahead and they don't have water yet, but they're going to get water, and they'll already have their permit, and they'll just start dumping in. Then you're going to and you're measuring it daily, great. Oh, we're over. So now what do? It just doesn't matter. So we got to raise the standard now to and get the right education out there. So
the standard in that permit is pretty robust, and that's what Clearwater's asking is the precedent has been set. Any permit coming needs to meet these standards. The side understanding is that forces them to use the newer technology. That forces them to go to an MBR plan.
Which I want the resolution to set the spec. Don't dictate how it comes out. It's to them to figure out how they achieve it. But that's why we put in the EPA, best of breed kind of standard, because how they choose to get there could be up to them. Yeah. The bottom line is you're not going to be dumping a bunch of nitrogen and phosphorus into our creek.
Correct. So my only recommendation would encourage citizens to look at that memo, that comparison table, get it to that. Recommend that they use, that the plant that they engineered is a membrane plant, an MBR, because that's the only technology that's going to actually protect the aquifer out in that region. I foresee something too, because of the cost of these, and now I wear a second hat. I'm on the Centrex Water Alliance Board of Directors as we're propping that organization up for Bell and Williamson, not Williamson, but McLennan counties. And that group is looking at governance now and how to do that, but then looking at regional solutions to wastewater systems and bringing in new water. And I feel like when we started looking at the cost of these MBRs, there may be a coalition of these big landowners to have a regional plant, and then that plant would actually be potable water. People don't like that idea, but that's Europe, that's the world we live in, and that's what's going to happen. Rather than dumping it in a stream and somebody else pulling it 5 miles down and treating it, it's going to be a closed loop system or a purple pipe system. So yes, I feel like sticking to trying to give standards of expectations and let the engineers figure that out. The downside of that is when they go back for a second shot and a third shot, you have to be engaged during that time. And I think that's where I'll probably be in the remaining years of my life, monitoring some of that. Somebody has to know to look at when the permits get resubmitted. Because you get 100 or 200 comments, or you just get one viable comment, but you know it's going to shut down the project. They will actually, within days, pull down the application. And the thing I would tell you too is you have an engaged state representative.
Yes. And
it says in that legislation that if a state representative or state senator requests a public meeting, then it's going to happen.
Which he did, and that's why we have it on the 27th, but still it's important that our constituents make sure they go to the website and submit with their questions. So, and what I'm hearing you say is you're thinking that we should require an MBR standard, or do we say put the standard to the same level as the Edward Aquifer Protection Program?
Well, include the Edwards Aquifer Protection regulations. Those regulations they prefer on a karst an MBR, but what precedent is it says that in their program, but it only says it's preferred if they can get their cleaning standards up to a different level. But when you get off the Edwards, there's what they call the recharge zone and the contributing zone, and then the down dip. They have different regulations there, and they look specifically at that. So it is not a checklist to get those. They actually have to spend probably $150,000 to $200,000 just doing geologic assessments, walking, looking for features, the terrain, and then engineering everything under those advanced BMPs, or best management practices is what they call for karst regions, sensitive karst regions. And ours is the most sensitive that I know of, other than Jacob's Well, and Barton Springs, and those where I've worked with a lot of people.
So my only concern is Derek has not seen what our initial one that Josh put together and we worked on. He proposed one, but is there a hybrid between the two that we need to present? And we're running out of time.
He's not seen option one, and we have until the 27th of this month to submit our comments.
Okay. So, but in the interim, we need our constituents to go out to the website as much as possible.
Neil, thank you for
thank
tolerating. I'm not absolutely sure how to answer that because there's a lot of information out there, and that's 6 pages of facts on a TLAP versus the traditional. But people are sound bites, and they need to have trust and comfort in the village's approach on this.
Yeah. No, and your expertise is very much appreciated, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you very much for your presentation, sir. They've asked all the right questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any more public comment? Do you have anything, Alderman Sandor? No. So do we want to look through the three options?
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. De La Rosa, are we to sit up here right now and decide as a board which of the three options? I mean, that could take hours.
You can you can deliberate it, or you can, we can set another meeting, you know, and come back. I mean, how do you want to handle it?
This will take all night long.
I would
Well,
like if Derek would like to read our option one in comparison to how to make it even more, I mean, he's clearly a subject matter expert and one who's willing to give his time, but, because we're not subject, at least I'm not a subject matter in this space.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand legally if it's required. I mean, we were trying to produce a letter, and now it's in here and it's coming through this board just like any other agenda item. And I guess I don't have the experience in government to understand what we're supposed to do next. I mean, do we go down and ask everybody on this board whether they want option 1, 2, or 3, or?
That would be the preference. And maybe an option with some changes. I mean, this is the time to deliberate. What are you trying?
But I think we're time sensitive to the option. That's why we initially wrote it with a standard that we're asking them to raise the bar. And how they get there, and one appears to be more prescriptive on how you get there versus a spec. That's.
Because I will say, the only thing I didn't like about option one was we're opposing the issuance of it. We're just providing, I think this should say, we're providing comment.
I would say that a little differently even, to his point.
Yeah.
I think that, that we should oppose any current and future applicants until TCEQ changes their standards.
Which is what option one states. It's this one plus any future additional. Because there's right after this, there's a whole long list behind it.
Okay, well.
I mean, that's.
If the mayor pro tem decides to go down the dais and ask each one of us which option we have, because each option has at least an opportunity for all of us to sign. And so if we can't agree on which letter unanimously, then how do we,
Well, then we just kick back the letter to Mr. De La Rosa, and we would get feedback on all three of these that's presented to come back up with something that we all agree upon. Does that make sense?
What I think I'd like to do is to not make a decision on any of these letters tonight. I think what we ought to do is take the letters as written, review them individually, and then provide our comments to Mr. De La Rosa on what we believe to be the right format or the right letter in simple terms. I don't want to see this turn into a legal review eating nightmare in simple terms. I'm pretty certain we had the most knowledgeable person that I've ever met talk about water. Make it a statement. However, that was a lot of information, and that was a lot to drink from the fire hose. I think the best answer for me is I'm not putting a pen to paper anywhere until I'm able to read each one of those letters and digest and regurgitate what I believe which one of those represents the best interest based on the information that I, as an alderman, that I want to put forward. I'm not trying to change the letters. I'm not looking to change the letters. I'm just going to look at each one of them and make a decision on which one needs to be done. Okay? And for the legalities for everybody here in general terminology, we have the ability to say, hey, I like option 1, I like option 2, I like option 3, and he takes a rolling, I mean, it's an email saying, I like the letter number 1 or number 3 the most. He comes back and says, hey, look, board, the mayor pro tem. Option 2 received 3 votes of the most support for this. I'm going to bring it back to the dais, and then we make a decision from that letter there. That's how I see it. I'm not trying to vote from the email side of the house. I'm just making a statement of I'm not making a decision on this tonight, no matter what.
Yeah, and I respect that because I'm kind of in the same boat. So
I'm good.
I have another option to consider. Why do we have to present one letter? We have 3 options. We could have 4 or 5. We could have 17 options. Why wouldn't each one of us just tell you, here's the letter I will sign, submit it on my behalf? Why do we all have to agree that the letter and every piece of language on every, why do we have to have one letter?
No,
I mean, what's the difference in the
yeah.
work?
And you can do that without any motion.
Wouldn't that be easier?
I mean, we could do
I'm
that
sorry, I
too.
spoke over you. What was your answer?
Yes, sir. And that would be much easier. If each one of you presented your letter, I would process and submit it.
Well, can the board give consideration to that idea right now, so that way no one has to sign anything or make a firm decision tonight? Because I also would not like to do that.
Alderman, are you recommending that we table this decision and so everybody makes their own decision on this letter?
I might, but I want to make sure that we understand that we only have obviously until the 27th, and I don't believe we have another board meeting scheduled before then, so we don't really want it to be a function of having to come back to a board meeting to produce a letter, I don't think.
Then would you like to amend the possible action?
Well, we haven't done any motion yet.
I understand.
These
that.
just for conversation.
I'm just for conversational state. I'm just going over protocol. In other words, if you don't like the way, if you think there's a better way, it's an opportunity. When an opportunity for this motion to come up, you can then, if you so choose, word it differently based on what your needs, wants, and desires.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Well, I think if the board,
But we need public comments, I believe, somewhere along the way.
That was already
That
there.
was it? Okay, then we're good.
does anybody want to?
I mean,
It seems
anybody
to
can
me
make,
like the only reasonable option is for each one of us independently. I mean, what's the worst thing can happen is TCEQ gets more letters than the one. That's a good thing.
so I mean, just make a motion stating,
I make
we're
a,
not tabling it, we're making a motion where each board member makes his own letter up.
Yeah, you wouldn't have enough time to call another meeting because Monday's a holiday, so you can't meet next Thursday. So the first would be the 26th, so I can submit the 27th. But if each one of you presented your own letter, public comments, we'll process it and submit it on your behalf individually, and that way there is no vote on anything.
Right.
It is your letter separately.
And I concur with that statement.
Completely.
You send it to me, we'll put it on city letterhead, you stop by, you sign, we process it.
The Mayor Pro Tem, would you check with your board then, please, officially, and see if anybody has any objection to that? So we can move past it? I don't.
well then, someone needs to make a motion.
I don't have an issue with that at all.
Thank you.
Somebody just needs to make a motion.
I'll make the
There's no
motion.
motion because the agenda item is to approve a resolution. You're not approving a resolution.
Oh,
So it's a done.
You're just giving me instructions, and I'm just like with you, if you were walking when you send this in.
So we all have our homework, if you so choose to go review the 3 options, tweak any of one of the options you want, and submit it to you to submit.
I would need it by the end of next week,
Perfect.
so I could get it on letterhead. That way, Friday or Monday of the 26th, I get you to sign it, and I send them in. Well, I would prefer to get them no later. Let's shoot for Thursday, a week from today, Thursday, January 22nd, before the end of day.
Great, thank you.
all right. 7B, discussion of possible action, excuse me, on approving ordinance number 2016.04 Alpha, an ordinance for the Village of Salado, Texas, amending ordinance number 2016.04 and adopting amended zoning for planned development district number 2 pursuant to the zoning ordinance of the Village of Salado and revising the official zoning map in accordance thereof pertaining to the sanctuary south tract rezoning.
Okay. Alderman, I'm going to give you this ordinance again, 2016.04. I did have a meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission on Tuesday. I walked them through this ordinance, the Master Development Agreement, and also the ordinance that regulates tracks A and B. Tracks A is the north tract where the townhomes and the apartments are at. They're in one ordinance. The track C is the planned development commercial, 2268. We have the layout for the public. There's a legend on here. The more I thought about it, and I appreciate seeing Mr. Inselman here. He was here when it was tabled for this meeting. Let me kind of give you an idea, and I agree with Mr. Simmons that this is a major amendment because it changed to your zoning. You're changing the concept plan, but based on that exactly what he was stating, and based on me revisiting this again, let me give you a suggestion, if I may. I am recommending, go to the next one, the next slide. That land use has kind of made me look at it. I said it the very first time about the number of lots and the lot sizes. You might recall at the last meeting, I walked you through the master development agreements, and in the section that it's actually the same handout that Mr. Simmons provided with these general use categories, right? These 364 units, and Alderman Gunch, you also brought up the density. I think it was you, right?
Yes.
But if you look at what's in the ordinance 2016-04, it shows tracts A, B, and C. There's no density on any of them. So the tables and the information doesn't correlate because what is it referenced to? If it said we were going to have 200 homes here and 200 homes here, that's 400, and that already exceeds the 364. The master development agreement is for all properties, right?
For the whole pie.
Exactly, because it included all the land. It says there are some density changes on, but it's not based on the land. The land still has to stay the same amount of land that there's always. So in other words, you couldn't buy more land and add more land.
Right.
I am going to propose that that land use agreement, that land use schedule, be removed from the concept plan. And let me tell you why. You look on the right-hand side, non-residential, you see commercial, something about 21 acres or so, right? But then you go to the left side and it says single-family residential. If you go to your ordinance, I just handed you, Exhibit D, which is near the back end, it is the Area C Planned Development Commercial Permitted Uses, okay? If I start looking at these lots, and I did, that's what, one of those lots is the 40 by 125, a little bit larger than our patio home, right? And our patio homes is listed in this handout you got that shows all the land uses, and it meets our subdivision, and it meets our zoning ordinance. Remember all of those zoning classifications? The next one, the 50 by 125, really can't match what that is. But you know, one was 4,500 square feet, the other was 3,000 square feet, but it's certainly less than the 6,000 square feet that a SF7 requires, right? So SF7 is in here. There's an SF2 listed, but there's no SF2, never has been. I think that's the SF21, the estate, and that is applicable, and it matches with tract B, the east tract, okay? I propose, and I recommend that the map, if you'll go back to the prior slide, see that whole yellow and gray and those lot sizes? That's residential. This Exhibit D follows very closely to our zoning ordinances. You know, the SF7, single family, the patio homes, the condominiums. But now, okay, If that was just residential in general, and we removed the lots, I go back to the legend. If you zoom in a little. If we just had residential, we already have it here. My concern of approving, recommending, or leaving the lot sizes shown, because it doesn't correlate with this land use.
With the primary.
If somebody's going to say, well, you adopted my plan, and it's got so many lots at this size. Nobody's requested to have this exhibit be amended. This allows, well, let me say what it doesn't allow. There are no patio homes listed.
No.
There are no apartments listed, and there are no condominiums listed. What it does have is single family, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and then something called a residential loft. Now you can have there's a business with a home here somewhere. A business with a home, with a residence. Let's see here. Living quarters on site with a business. It's between duplex and residential lots. Okay? I've really never liked the lot sizes. I think they're too small. I think that we can agree that there's not a preference. But here's the thing. It's not listed in this Exhibit D land use.
It doesn't match.
It doesn't match. Exactly. So I think that they certainly can have it did allow residential, and for example, you see commercial on the right-hand side, but you've got office, personal and business, retail, transportation and auto services. So commercial, it's got a big, so should residential. It shouldn't be that specific because it's not that specific for track A or track B, the north track or the east track. So if you want to keep apples and apples, this concept plan for track C should match A and B. No specific number of units. So I'm bringing it to you because as I have these conversations, one with you, one with the planning zoning, I read this, I said, and my concern was when I read this, it doesn't give me, I wish it would have said single family SF7. What it says is single family dwelling, comma, detached. That's a detached garage. I don't know how you're going to get it on a 40 by 125 patio home. You see what I mean? It's too small of a tract. You might be able to, I just don't know what the square footage of the house, and then a detached garage, because there's nothing that says, it doesn't say attached, it says detached. You see what we didn't change this land use map or this land use matrix. I'm just trying to, I've been trying to reconcile that land use. No, do I believe it would be commercial? I mean, it would be a mixed use because it'll have a commercial component and a residential, and it follows this 2016 ordinance. But that concept plan, it's been something that's just been kind of, I haven't liked it since I've seen it, and I couldn't identify. And I was trying, in my mind, trying to see, well, you could build it and match some of these. And here's where it's going to come back before you all. When it gets platted. When it gets platted, we're going to see lot sizes. They're going to have an idea of what they're going to build. And that plat will go through the Planning Zoning Commission and the Board of Aldermen for approval. And it needs to match this schedule. They're going to have, at that point, be able to show us which line is it meeting and where is it meeting the Master Development Agreement. But this Master Development Agreement does allow for patio homes and condominiums, but it is not in this ordinance. Not specifically, it doesn't have the verbiage. It doesn't have apartments.
So wouldn't we be better off if this wasn't even here? We just said this is a mixed use just for these asset board?
Well, no, mixed use could be anything. The request was for residential, and that's what it shows. It's still, the ordinance is a mixed use because you're mixing, and again, look at, residential. You can have living quarters on site with a business, right? You can have a community home. Now, community home, I looked it up, it is a place where you, like, you have elderly, it's a registered licensed facility, right? So that's multi-tenant.
Assisted living kind of.
Assisted living.
Yes.
I use Black's Law Dictionary. I go online to try to find these definitions, see how they're going to fit, especially if it's not defined somewhere else. So, at least this is, you know, I wanted to at least give you that option to consider that because, as you might recall, those lot sizes and how do I fit it in here in the future is going to be problematic. I don't want to have to debate that. It's not in this ordinance, so it shouldn't even be shown. It's just lots. If they want to make them that size and submit the plat, and if we don't agree when the plat submission comes to the P&Z and Board of Aldermen, that's a completely different topic.
So what I'm understanding, we kind of have this some dialogue on this, but what they're asking for is to change it from commercial to mixed use. But until we get plats of really what it not, this is all insignificant.
Yeah, they're making it from planned development.
So why is it even on here? It's just this changed to mixed use, and that's what you're not really asking for our permission. You're just informing us.
Yes, sir. And they would have to meet that. Now,
but I wouldn't want us to come back. I mean, I'd like to see the just change. This is not set because until it's platted, this almost looks like a plat, which it's a design concept, but we're not agreeing to these lots, right?
No, that's why I propose that we remove the lot sizes and we'll handle that through the planning process. The entire site, all 58 acres, if you add them, it's a mixed use because the ordinance calls it a mixed use. Right now, it's planned development. The problem was in 2016, you say it was PD commercial, but then you got residential uses in it.
Right.
It should have been PD mixed use from day one. Okay? Just like the others are PD mixed use, track A, track B, and then it's got some land uses in there, right?
Well, then I'm confused why he's coming here because if it's already
because
mixed
the
use.
Concept plan needs to be amended because it's no longer commercial and they're changed. It was all red.
It's required.
So it's just an information, but
it's a major amendment because it is a land. It's because you're amending your zoning ordinance, but it's a concept. But when you put that land use schedule, that starts making it look like it is a plat and not a concept. And that's the problem I've been
so
trying to
can we just take that out and
take
be done
out
with
the,
it?
it should just say,
I don't want to see this on the drawing because that's
take out the blue
you're
block.
insinuating it's a plat and that's not what we're
Just like you
deciding
did
on.
commercial all red, make residential some color, and then we'll deal with everything else in whatever the total acreage is, which is 17 or 19 acres, I can't read.
Because I consistently hear from constituents, we're going to have these really small homes, and I'm like, no, you're not, because we haven't voted or discussed plats.
And it would have been okay if it was in this Exhibit D. It's not in here. But, so I was thinking, well, maybe they're going to build very small single families with a detached garage. I said, you know what? I don't want to debate it on this ordinance. I want to have that discussion when
At a later date.
At a later date when you get the plat, because that's when I count lots. But they can certainly change red for commercial, whatever color for residential. That's the concept, but it is a planned development, mixed-use development because those 58 acres have a commercial component and a residential component.
And if they were to sell that off, that sell would have to adhere to the master plan of residential and the overall ordinance with the 20% density.
Should they sell it, they still have to follow this ordinance. Yeah. And I certainly have not had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Inselman. I think that you should certainly comment on it because I'm sure I'm catching him off guard. But I just had this meeting 2 days ago, and when I had another conversation with our P&Z chairman, it made me, I said, you know, it's a public safety. And, besides not being a fan of small lots, I need it in the future to match this land use that was approved by ordinance. If the land use was, hey, we've got a land use and we're going to follow the master development agreement, simple language, one paragraph, I mean, keep it very simple. They didn't. Somebody put a matrix together. Put a lot of time and effort, and this is the matrix that's applicable to that site. And that land use schedule will cause debate between staff and developer. Some future day, it may not be this developer. Sell it out, and they're going, well, no, you got to prove my lot. No, we're not.
That's why we take it off, and you don't even insinuate that.
Yes. So my recommendation is that you move forward with this, make it conditional. I generally see Alderman saying it pretty often. I'll show it to him. We're in agreement. It's done. We move forward, and then I get the mayor pro tem sign the ordinance. But should Mr. Enselman disagree and he can convince you of something else, that's for your decision. I'm just trying to give you an option as I look at this, and I've looked at all the ordinances and most of the agreements on this matter.
You got anything else?
So I think just for clarity, on one item, may or may not matter, but under Exhibit D, residential, the next to last item, single-family dwelling detached, that's being talked about this evening like it might mean a detached garage, but I don't believe that that's the intent of that language. I think that that is just a regular single-family home. So in other words, single-family attached would be like a townhome with a 0 lot line and a shared wall between 2 residences, but they can be deeded separately. And I think that's the intent of this. And I just want to make that clear.
Yes, sir.
Because this doesn't, I don't think we should imply that.
Because I don't know what it means, right? That's not what I do is, and I agree with you that it means something. It's just not well defined in here. And what I didn't want is these lot sizes going in for patio homes because it's a single family dwelling detached. That's the argument. And we've got this concept plant with those lot sizes when they could have called it just a simple patio home, right? That's what our ordinance called it. And it's in this master development agreement. So I wish they would have said single family dwelling SF7, SF21, patio home. I mean, it should have given more direction. So I would prefer that we have those discussions when we are during the planning process.
So the board is being asked to consider a land use change, but not any specifics beyond the idea that it's moving from commercial to residential at some degree in this subject parcel of their property.
That is what I'm, yes, sir.
And you're recommending that we remove that from
the 2 lot sizes, just make it residential, whatever the total acreage, not very similar to what they've got on the right-hand side under non-residential commercial, X number of acreage.
Yeah, I don't have anything further, but I would like to hear from the representative.
You got anything last?
I agree with Alex. That's what I hear from.
Yeah.
I'll reserve my comments till afterwards.
All right. Mr. Henson, do you want to come up and give us your thoughts?
Good evening, gentlemen. Madison Instrument, the Sanctuary Development Company. Here to continue the discussion started last month. Our request matches what Mr. De La Rosa put forth here. We're looking to just go through the process outlined in the development agreement, change the overall zoning colors on to say on these shapes. It seems like we introduced confusion in this process by showing more information than was required for tonight. Our understanding of the process, and we had a meeting with our engineers. We have bi-weekly meetings with them to hold them accountable on progress and make sure we're going the right direction. We're aiming for them to produce at the end of the month preliminary construction plat, which is the next phase of this, which shows you in more detail all these items here. It's an important item in the development agreement because that's when you mark density is being used. We're talking about unit counts and stuff. So the commentary tonight is accurate that these are plans and ideas and thoughts, but they're not actually confirmed or institutionalized until the next step. So the engineers producing that document, we gave them the timeline at the end of this month. And then our process, the village's process, is a pre-development agreement to review what we're trying to submit, what our intent is, to talk about these items, talk through. And then we tasked the engineer with the extra step of going through the ordinance and making a cover letter to say, we're doing this based on these points from the ordinance here. So that everybody in the process doesn't have to go through the 30 pages every time we submit something. So I'm feeling favorable with the way that this discussion has gone up at the board here. That's all we're asking is a zoning change right now for what was a blanket designation as commercial to be the mixed use, which enables these uses that we're showing here, but does not confirm or commits anything. Our timeline's moving, so on the optimism that we'd be able to come to an understanding, we kept things going. So that's where the conversation, you'll see me again in a couple of weeks. First at a pre-development meeting, and then going through this process here. So, and then I concur with what Alderman Sandor said about that heat testing. I think heat testing not a good place, not separated too simple. Well, that's addressing what I think I heard from the back of the room, but I stand ready for all of it.
Good question.
I will presume that this new drawing was presented by your firm back to us. Is that correct?
I believe that's the original one, but yes, sir.
Yeah, it's the original that came in.
I was going to thank him for being able to
No,
read it this time.
I just blew it up so you could see everything.
Thank you
Yeah.
for giving us something we can read. I appreciate that, because that makes it more clear.
Because I did print one off, but mine is,
It's okay.
stays in the binder because that one's better.
And yes, for the record, I do think that this development firm gave us more data than we needed to make this decision, and that did cause some confusion, and it did cause, constituents to become very excited about this also. So I think we need to separate what their ask is tonight from what will happen when they go to, an attempt to get a plat done here, and we can work with them on that at that point. I have worked on this for more hours than I stopped keeping count, just trying to make sure that we were being fair and doing what we are responsible to do. And so I have some language here from an attorney. So yeah, in 2015, the village entered into a development agreement that covers all three phases of sanctuary development. It sets what the allowable uses are and the allowable number of units. Today, Sanctuary is asking to amend its concept plan for just the South Tract. This won't change the allowable uses or number of overall units for sanctuary development. And the village will make sure that as the development gets platted, it complies with development agreement. That is everything that Mr. De La Rosa has pitched to us tonight. This is not from him. So that's really all I'm going to read on that. But thank you for being here again and clarifying some of this stuff for us. And Mr. De La Rosa, thank you for your information on this also. I don't have anything further.
Alderman Lassman. Microphone.
One question on just one question. Would you define what a residential loft is? What are you envisioning that to be?
Residential loft?
Yes, as a use. I don't know what that is. Never. I was just curious because I haven't seen that before.
I have only done business in Central Texas, and I've not built a solar developable loft. As we sit right now, it's on a list of uses, but it's nothing that we're currently programming for. I'd be guessing that definition.
I don't know. That's just a new one for me.
ChatGPT, of course.
Yeah, no.
That's clarity.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But the other thing is, whatever your lot sizes are, if you're heading towards small, that the impervious coverage requirements are still 35%. Is that right?
I'll have to go and look at some of the subdivision regulations were changed. So
okay.
when we see it, you might recall that they provided their alternate changes to the subdivision. There is all. The master development agreement has like 16 pages of subdivision changes from ours to theirs.
As I stand here right
I don't
remember it.
No, I was just suggesting that I want to make sure it's in compliance with that, whatever change was. So
I can remember it is in that matrix that you're referring to. I can't remember the number right now. It is called out.
Okay, thank you.
No, I think I appreciate the clarifications. I think this was Alderman Sanders said, there was an abundance of information that got a lot of confusion, but I'm pretty clear, so thank you. McDonald?
Nope, I'm good. Hey, thank you very much for coming and talking with us tonight. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So again, Mayor Pro Tem, my recommendation is conditional approval subject to the changes that we discussed. And with your permission, I'd like to run it by Alderman Sanders before we finalize it.
Yeah. Just need a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the ordinance to change from commercial to mixed use with the stipulation that you will review this with Alderman Sandor as a final, and we can sign off.
So you want a conditional?
Yes. I think we're allowing, I think that's what I believe we agreed to, so yeah.
Okay. So we've got a motion to conditionally approve the zoning change for the South Sanctuary tract. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman McDonald. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor of the conditional approval of the Sanctuary South tract say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed say no. Is there any abstentions? That passes 5-0. All right, item 8, executive session. The Board of Aldermen went to enter a closed executive session to discuss the following. Pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personal matters, deliberation regarding the evaluation of the village administrator's performance, the process for conducting such evaluation, and the future administration and management of the Village of Salado. It is now 8:36. We're going into executive session. 09, we're going back into open session. Discussion of possible action on item agenda 8 alpha.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion directing the city attorney to create a separation agreement for our city administrator.
All right. To negotiate.
To negotiate.
All right, Alderman McDonald has made a motion to allow the village attorney to negotiate a separation agreement.
I'll second.
Seconded by Alderman Dunch. Is there any discussion?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those in favor, or opposed say no. Any abstentions? So 5-0. All right, item 10.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn, 10:10.